Good morning, everybody. Here we are. Could today be the day? What do you all think? I'm seeing the white fan right now. Hi, Colton Cake. Good morning. What are you all seeing on the screen? Hi, Agatha. You guys think this is it? You think after resting for a day, they decided today's the day? Yep, I see the fan too. That's what I see, the spinning fan. Day 36, it says. Wow, it's been a wild one. Is my audio okay? Because I turn my head here and there, but I hope you can still hear me. Yeah, I hope so too, Agatha. Yep, wobbling, old Fanny wobbles. Come on, verdict, Colton Cake says. No. Oh, that's funny, Agatha. Hope it's not a bad sign something hitting the fan today. Day 36. I was talking to my mom about this case yesterday, and she was so upset about it. I gave her all the facts, and how the prosecution hasn't proven their case. Like, ultimately, that's what it comes down to, in my opinion, that they have not proven their case. Um, and my mom was like, I told her, I'm like, "Do you wanna watch it?" And she's like, "No, no, no, I can't. I can't go through that. How how sad for that woman." Um, she's like, "Just tell me though, as soon as you know, just tell me so I know what happened to her." So my mom is, like, really concerned about it. Good morning, Cindy. Welcome, welcome. I posted the clip from yesterday, everybody. I hope I actually haven't had a chance to see what what the viewership has been like on that video. Let me check. Okay, everyone, I'm gonna go on mute. All right, everyone, here we are. Hi, Lisa. Okay, Cindy, you watched it? I'm glad. I'm glad you liked it. It was pretty easy to edit out. I just recorded something to put in the beginning and at the end. And yeah, there we are. Let the waiting begin. Agatha says, "Hi, Teaspoon. Welcome. Hi, Peekaboo. Glad you're all here." So it seems the judge is telling them be no more than 10 minutes away. So I guess the expectation is they need to get there within 10 minutes to get the verdict read. So, and I don't remember hearing her saying that before. Um, before. Yep, yep. Here we are, waiting game. What do you all think? You think it's today? It totally could be. Yeah, as I was saying, I was telling my mom about the case and she was so upset about it. How have you guys been talking to people? Have they been like, people that don't know about the case, have they been, like, absolutely shocked? Oh, wow, I'm looking at my video from yesterday, 60 views. That's great. But I lost a subscriber apparently from yesterday's video. But hey, it happens. You win some, you lose some. And I'm at 673 subscribers. So that's good. That's good. Let's see. Yeah, the regulars are all here. We just need Steve. Yeah, Steve's not, we're waiting for Steve. Agatha says, "My sister loves true crime, but she doesn't speak English." Okay. Yeah, I get so wrapped up in American cases. I have no idea how the system works anywhere else. Hi, Grace. Welcome. I know, Agatha. Steve, where are you? Okay, everyone, I'm going to go on mute. And Grace, since you're new here, I can't stream from Court TV, so we all have 2 devices set up, one where we're in this chat and one where we're watching Court TV on YouTube. That man made me angry, and I think it's because I'm only recently a content creator, right? And the way I can say it for myself is I feel a bigger reason for what I do, and, like, literally, I'm not even joking, my whole life is creating content, creating intelligent content, and he's making it seem like these people just came and that made me very mad. And, of course, the the people that were part of that Free Karen Reed movement that were harassing the families, that's not okay. That were harassing the Albert children while they were at school, that's not okay. It's not okay. You know, you can stand for something and not do harm to the other side, right? And that's another thing I don't understand, like, we're all human, we're gonna disagree on things, and that doesn't mean that we wish harm or we inflict pain on someone that doesn't think the way that we do. Freedom to debate, I know. And, like, really, how is this case blown out of proportion? I feel like it's actually the exact amount of proportion. This case is a big deal. There could be police corruption here. What that judge did yesterday, that was shady, not explaining to the jury how they're supposed to vote. The technique behind it, that's really weird, and that was just one day. At least I didn't watch the first 30 th excuse me, I didn't watch the first 33 days, so I don't know what else really shady business could have happened, you know? It makes me mad. Colton Cake says, "Was it Michelangelo, Donatello, Raphael, or Leonardo?" You don't want me to sing. You don't want me to sing the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle songs. Trust me, I'm not gonna do it. You all can do it, but I won't. I will not put you through that early in the morning. Agatha says they can't deal with freedom of expression. They know how to deal with the old media. And that's just it. Like, people are starting to see through the old media. And I mean, from watching court TV, this morning anchor, and she's the same one I think from yesterday morning, was very seemed more not believing in the conspiracy, and very talkative about the John O'Keefe family. And look, like, that's great because this is about the death of John O'Keefe. There is a man who, you know, seemed like a wonderful person who took on his nieces and nephews and raised them. He bias. Just say it, RV. Thank you, Peekaboo. Yeah, and it's interesting because even on court TV, the 2 journalists, so the one that comes later, she's very open to this conspiracy thing, very, yeah, I don't know. Teaspoon says, I was woke up at 2:22 this morning from storms." Where do you live, Teaspoon? And do you think it means something waking up at 2:22? Agatha says, "I always think YouTubers and others should point out it's their opinion." Yeah, exactly. It's just an opinion. Someone commented on my Meghan Markle video yesterday, and they were like, "If it's just your opinion, then why do you say she's a narcissist?" Well, yeah, it's just my opinion. She is a narcissist. Okay, everyone, I'm gonna go back on mute. All right, everyone. There we are. Um, let's get into the actual part that was infuriating, right? Let's get to the part where the judge completely um, made all of us mad collectively. Just kidding. Definitely made me angry. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. When I was talking to my mom yesterday, she was also really concerned about, John O'Keefe's family because this isn't just, it's like that journalist is saying, the there's injustice in that the man's life was taken away, and there's injustice if the prosecution doesn't bring strong enough evidence and someone gets convicted. So I don't know for sure if Karen did it or not. I don't know. But I do know the prosecution didn't prove their case, right? And are you guys all in agreement with that? I feel like the investigation was so shoddy that you can't come to that conclusion. You can't come to the conclusion that she did it because how do you know that those taillight pieces didn't just show up there? Why was that video image inverted? And who inverted it? Who was trying to pull one over on the community, on the jurors, on the court? Lisa says, but jurors are not familiar with lawyers frame legal language. Exactly. So clearly, if the jurors are asking, can we do this? Can we be conclusive on two of the charges and not on the third? That means they don't know. And you guys, all be honest, I didn't know either. Right? Like, I would really love for that question to be answered if I was in the jury room. But yeah, we'll see. So it's 9:40 for them over there in Boston. Colton Cake says the problem isn't the form. The jury doesn't know if they can give partial verdict. Yeah, and I mean, like I said, I had no idea that you could do that. I had no idea that you could be hung on one charge and not on the others. Okay, Margaret agrees. Teaspoon, yeah, the prosecution just didn't prove it. And in a way, it's not, they can only prove the evidence that's been brought to them, right? They can only prove the credibility of the investigators, and that Proctor man, just what a vile person he was. And then there's that inverted, like, the thing that inverted image where they show Karen's car present at the station before they start doing forensic analysis of it, and how they showed a mirror image of it to imply that nobody was standing around at the passenger taillight. That that is a moral concern. That is an ethical concern, to take that video and misrepresent it. Like, someone consciously made a mirror image of that video to make it seem like no one was hanging around by the taillights. That's not okay. And I don't think that's something the prosecution did. I think that was evidence that was brought to the prosecution. Okay, everyone, I'm gonna go on mute. Well, I'll just come back here since it looks like it froze for all of us. Who is this guy? The jury's fishing around? No, the jury's asking a legitimate question. Don't they say that there's no such thing as a bad question? Come on. The jury just wants to know. They're not trying to figure out a way to get out of it. They're asking. Oh my gosh, this guy. Who is this guy? Even the heat, the feed hated it. This guy. I wasn't watching the feed. I should watch it. Who is this guy? Agatha says, make sure you protect your boundaries. Stepping back for a while is probably good. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you, Agatha. Sometimes, you have to pour into your cup before you can pour into someone else's. Yeah. Margaret says, I thought it was just me. Yeah, I thought it was just me too. Yeah, they are not hung on count two. It's count three. I think so too, Lisa. Teaspoon says, my mom took her in when she was 17 and her dad tried. Oh, yikes. I'm sorry to hear that about your friend, Teaspoon. That's gotta be um traumatic for your friend. But at the same time, you have to take care of yourself too. Okay, everyone, I'm gonna go back on mute. Oh, everyone, guess what? So I went last night on the East Idaho News website, and the YouTube channel, and they actually have a Brian Koberger playlist. There's, I think, 27 videos in it, and I think it includes all the pretrial stuff. So depending on where we land with the Karen Reed trial, soon I'll start live streaming with all of you, and we'll go through those videos so that we are ready and prepared for that trial that starts in August. Peekaboo says, "Wait, what is she saying? Because of the age of the jurors, they can't stay away from social media and need to be sequestered." I don't know, who are these people? I mean, I get it though, because, like, for example, during the OJ Simpson case, they were sequestered, right? They all had to stay in hotels, and maybe I'm wrong, um, but you all let me know. So I am a little bit surprised that for a long trial like this, that they're not sequestered. But then it's so it complicates life so much for the jurors. Agatha says, or better, especially if you had that hard of a time. Yeah. Colton Colton Cake says, "Sweet." Teaspoon says, "True. When I retired in February, a couple of friends took me to breakfast and she had a fit about it, and I was left in shock." Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Teaspoon. It's hard, when you love someone and you feel almost, I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth about how you feel, but um you feel like you're walking on eggshells maybe around them, that you don't know what's around the corner. Almost like no matter what you do, maybe it's not good enough. I don't know. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it's very difficult to love someone and then also feel like that around them. And you know, you have two options in my opinion, and one is don't talk to them, but that's very difficult to do when you love them. And the second is recognize what your boundaries are so that even though you're around them because you love them, you're still protecting yourself. A lot of times when I know that I'm going to be walking into a difficult situation, I have a self-care plan. Like I will tell myself, okay, I'm going to lay out all my face masks and I'm going to have my candles ready so that when I'm done interacting with this person, which I know is likely going to um, be hurtful or painful in some way, I'm going to be taking care of myself. But these are just my opinions. Yeah, and it's I'm not a therapist, it's just what I've learned, and I've been in therapy for a long time, so it's what I've learned in therapy as well. Um, yeah, Margaret says, "My heart goes out to you." Yep. Yeah, I understand it. Margaret understands it. I understand it. It's really hard when it's someone you love, and you've had such a long-term friendship with them. And then you also empathize with the childhood they had because that's really, really heavy, what she experienced as a child. Steve says that's really great. The Koberger trial is going to be so interesting. We need all the info. I think so too. There's going to be so much. Also, I forgot to tell you all, they're going for the Koberger trial today. They're going into the court to try to change the date of the trial. The defense wants to push it ahead, and the hearing is today. Okay, everyone, I'm going to go back on mute. You guys, who is this guy? Because they're under 40, they would react differently to those text messages? Are you kidding me? They really need to vet out who they're inviting to interview. Yeah. Steve says you can be assertive and state your feelings. If you feel hurt or disappointed, say, I feel hurt when you say that. Use I statement. It brings it into the open. They are hurting you and they may back down. Yeah. So Lisa told a joke, and I'm not sure if I follow it, but I'm going to read it out loud. It says, a person told his rabbi, I don't understand my mother. She never remembers my birthday and can't remember my husband's name. And then let's see, where's Lisa's other message? And the rabbi says your mother doesn't like you. Is that the end of the joke, Lisa? Because that's like, that's quite direct. Yeah, who is this guy? You guys, my poor puppy is like, she's so confused about why we've been getting up so early and why she doesn't get her BREAKFAST, because if I say that word, she knows it. So she's giving me the puppy dog eyes like, "Isn't it time yet?" But I usually feed her at like 7:30. I don't know, should I give her an early BREAKFAST? Should I give in to those precious puppy dog eyes? Oh, she's so cute. She's just sitting here staring at me. And I can't even use the word HUNGRY because she knows that word too. Um, yeah. Cindy says, I think he is a defense attorney and former prosecutor. Well, then he should know better. Why is he talking like this? So he's been on both sides. Who is this guy? Let's see. What are the people in the chat, in the court TV chat saying? Mm. Yeah, someone's like, court TV, how is this live jury coverage when y'all are always on break? Give her a TREAT. She knows that well too. She knows that word too. She's so smart. She'll wake me up at 6 a.m. on my birthday, Peekaboo says. She's so funny. She's so cute. I always ask her, "How are you so cute? How did you get so cute?" Oh my gosh. Okay, should I give her a treat? Oh, now that I said it, I have to do it. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna go on mute for a second. Okay, I did it. I have one of those devices that shoots them out, so I just had to get it going. Yeah, the doggy schedule is mixed up. But she's adaptable. She stays in bed as long as I'm in bed, and when she's ready to get up, she gets on top of my forehead. Silly girl. Okay, everyone, I'm gonna go on mute. All right, everyone. How's it going? We are now 1 hour and 20 minutes into this live, and we're getting there, hopefully. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about Pip, Colson Cake. I'm glad she's okay. My little Aurora is still staring. She I think the next time Court TV comes back, I'll give her BREAKFAST. Peekaboo says, "Why don't they add an explanatory flow chart?" Yes. Or, like, just answer the question. Like, just how they just explained it to us. Massachusetts law is like this. Like, just go tell them that. Well, I think it was for a reason that they didn't tell them that, but that's just my opinion. Um, someone in the Court TV chat, their username is Free Karen Reed, but then it says Free Amber. Who's Amber? Oh, I guess Amber is someone in the chat who's who's banned from chatting or something. That's funny. Um, I they just were talking about that case of the woman who wrote a book about grief and children losing their dad, and because she lost her husband, and then it came out that she probably killed him. Have you guys heard of that story? I don't know much of the details about it, but it seems like there's movement on that trial. Also, next time we go on break, I'm gonna look to see what time that Brian Koberger hearing is, if it really is today, because I think today the defense is gonna go in to ask for an extension of the trial. Grace says it's on Netflix. Yeah, I remember seeing it somewhere. Um, I'll have to look into it. Maybe that's another trial we can watch together. Peekaboo says us 30, 40, 50 years don't read instructions but understand flowcharts in a second. Yes. Yes. Don't give me too many words. It's very difficult to communicate. I think what did they say, that every paragraph should be no more than 8 lines. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Steve. Yeah, I'm gonna take her with me tomorrow on my spa day. She's gonna come with me, and she looks excited. You ready to go out tomorrow? Oh, she did her head tilt. She's ready. I don't want to say too much because she'll think we're going out today. Um, but it'll be fun. It'll be a good day. Maybe I'll get some sushi. It'll be fun. The big 4-3. I think I'm turning 43. You lose track after what, 35? And every paragraph shouldn't end up being one sentence. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there are like rules how to communicate with people, because people, we have a finite attention span, and when we look at a paragraph that's like 20 lines long, that's daunting. But if you chop that up into a couple paragraphs of 6 to 8 lines each. Lisa says Casey Anthony reminds me so much of Megan. I don't know a lot about Casey Anthony, to be honest. Um, Okay, everyone, I'm gonna go on mute, and I'm also gonna go feed Aurora, so I may be away a little bit longer. All right, everybody. Let me catch up on your chat. Thank you, Sarah. Tomorrow's the day. Peekaboo says, I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm so sorry. The first sentence ends halfway, page two. It is a language exam and not a fun read. Oh, thank you, Teaspoon. I'm basically I'm gonna go get my hair dyed and then maybe I'll go to the nail salon. And next to the nail salon is a sushi place, and then there's also a crumble cookie place. So maybe, yeah, this is what I'm thinking. These are the things I'm thinking of so far. Peekaboo says, "Oh, I read it, I liked it, but you do need to spend attention." Yeah, I don't know, I've never heard of it. Peekaboo and Agatha. Colton Cake says that's interesting with the influx of college students affecting jury pools. Yeah, it's interesting. I never even thought about that. Peekaboo says I prefer to read books in the original language, but I don't know. But if I don't know that language, I prefer the English translation. Peekaboo, what languages do you speak? Cindy says, I think there would be issues with critical thinking of today's college students. Could be. Peekaboo says, hurry up, jury. I need to leave again in 70 minutes. Hurry up. We're at hour 17. I didn't realize that they weren't allowed to tell anybody where they stand on their verdict. So yesterday when I was saying, "But it's a hypothetical, turn it into a real scenario," then I didn't realize they couldn't do it. So that was my mistake. Colton Cake says, "Yes, Casey Anthony, Meghan Markle, and Belle." I don't know who Belle Gibson is, Colton Cake. Peekaboo speaks Dutch, German, English, and a bit of French. Wow. You guys, I just saw that, Catherine, Princess of Wales was supposed to make it to, what was it, Royal Ascot, but she didn't make it today. She came out of it at the last second. Does anyone know what happened? I hope it's nothing serious. Just curious if any of you have heard what could have happened. Oh, apple cider vinegar, Colton Cake says, "No, I didn't see it. I have not seen it." Oh my gosh, these types of people that fake having cancer. Oh, Steve says, the name Aurora means dawn and is also Latin for girl, and the Aurora Borealis is amazing. I actually get ready to laugh because she's actually named after Sleeping Beauty. So that's I name my dogs after Disney princesses. So she is Aurora. My soul dog that passed away last year, her name was Snow White. Um, yeah. Lisa's like, these attorneys are never happy. First, they complain about the older jury pool. Now they don't want the young people either. And then they were saying the people under 40, that one guy, Matt, the people under 40, they're going to be too sensitive about the text messages. Well, I mean, he didn't say that exactly, but that's what he was implying. I know I love Sleeping Beauty. And as I grew up, oh, I'm going to go on mute, everybody. All right, everyone. Let me see where I am in the chat. Um, Margaret says over here the jury is taken from the electoral roll, so they get a balanced jury. Colton Cake says purple ties on these guys, the Nixon. Oh my goodness, Colton Cake. Peekaboo says so few people speak Dutch, so a good translation is costly and would make the book very expensive. The English translations are better because the amount of books they can potentially sell. Lisa says, I see they dumped the other commentator. His report card came from in from the producers. I mean, how does he think it's okay saying what he's saying? It's clearly unpopular. I mean, he literally bashed anybody under the age of 40 with one sentence. Like, come on. Oh my gosh. Colton Cake says, I love her red suits when they are tailored. Megan. She should never have done those interviews, Lisa says. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm glad she did because we get to see them, but that doesn't mean that it's beneficial for her at all. I mean, it does, at least we see when her mouth curves up that this is something that her face does all the time. As Jesus Enrique Rosa says, that's um, baseline. That's her baseline when she's talking. Her one of the sides of her lips is upturned, so you can't. I originally when I was watching her, I was like, "That looks like Duper's Delight," and you see that she just that's just how her face moves when she talks. Cindy says, Lisa, I was just going to say that. Why would you? Lisa says, it seems Karen might have been looking for some attention. I'm sure her attorney advised against those interviews. Yeah. I wonder what the dates were of those interviews because that matters too. Like I was watching the 2020 yesterday, and that was after the 2024 trial. And the Dateline one also, I think, was after the 2024 trial, if I'm not mistaken. The Amazon Prime one that just came out, actually, and that makes me wonder, that means if Dateline and 2020 didn't come out until after the first trial, then they're admitting that evidence, that interview footage for the first time in this trial. Lisa, let me know if I'm wrong about that. Did they have, interview footage of her in the first trial? Steve says the name Aurora is appropriate because that's when she wakes you at dawn. She certainly does. She's ready to hit the ground running, unlike Megan. Okay, everyone, I'm gonna go on mute. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Let's see where I am in the chat. You don't recall that there was interview footage in the first trial. Yeah. Yeah. I somehow it feels like when I was watching those 2020 and Dateline, they were after the first trial had ended. Agatha says I did the poll on Court TV 80%. Yeah, I did it too. Same. Margaret said today was 84%. Lisa says, I think she did do something before the first trial, but I think it had to do with Turtle Boy, who is now what? Lisa, I did not know this. What is he facing charges for? So Cindy, Turtle Boy is a high school teacher turned podcaster who really brought a lot of attention to this case and started the Free Karen Reed movement. So he started a podcast and he was the one that really has organized all of these people here and everybody wearing pink. It used to be that Karen would use an intermediary to bring Turtle Boy information, and then Karen herself has said that she stopped doing that and she started directly talking to Turtle Boy, and something like they would talk. Man, she specified how much it was, but it was like they would talk every day, 6 days a week for a long length of time. So Turtle Boy was actually getting exclusive information straight from Karen. Yeah, TM, you're here. Thank you. Yeah, I had a rant yesterday. I think TM, you saw it though, because you commented on the clip of the video that I posted. And actually, TM, you were mentioning that was it this case that reminded you of another case that I hadn't heard of? Yeah, peekaboo, you missed me ranting, that's for sure. Lisa says he is a blogger that the prosecution witnesses said he was intimidating them. He is now, you know what though? We I saw footage of that, right? Lisa, did you see that too? I saw him being aggressive towards people as they were walking into court. That was not okay. That was taking it a step too far, right? In my opinion, like it's one thing to cover the case and give your opinion, and it's a completely different case to use a theory that you have, no matter how confident you are in it, and really harass people. And that was harassment, I feel. Colton Cake says we have corrupt cops, biased judge, missing and tampered with evidence. I know. Direct misleading of evidence, such as flipping that video, the charges intimidating witnesses. Do you know when that trial is going to happen, Lisa? I wonder if we can live stream that one. Um, yeah. Yeah, I had no idea. So let's see. Vinny was saying he thinks after lunch we should be hearing something. Teaspoon says I was looking for a guy with no neck. Oh, that's funny. So we're reaching lunchtime almost. It's 11 a.m. in Boston right now. Yes, TM, that's what you were saying, that it reminds you of the Curtis Flowers case. He was tried 6 times for the same charges. Was this TM? This is sounding very familiar to me. Is this the one that Kim Kardashian stood behind, or is it the one that was in Chino, California? I'm gonna go on mute. All right, everybody. Let me get caught up on the chat. Lisa says, I really haven't been following Turtle Boy. TM says he was down south in a very racist. Oh, TM is talking about Curtis Flowers. That it's so, the name now that you say it is so familiar. Yeah. Um, I remember being told to always vote no on judges. I haven't heard that TM personally. Steve, do it, Steve. Get the fan. Get the fan. That's funny. It's pretty warm out here too. Probably not as warm um, as for you. I think 32 degrees. Oh, I don't know. I can't do the math. Um, Cindy says those poor jurors have probably pulled all their hair out. Yeah, it must be stressful. Lisa says those court reporter mask recording equipment reminds me of a horse feeding bag. It's a heavy duty thing, but it I'm glad that they've moved away from the typewriter thing because I heard that that gave people a lot of problems, carpal tunnel and things. Lisa says that there is someone on the jury that isn't convinced yet. TM says there's a podcast about Curtis Flowers in the dark. It took them years to investigate and it led to him being released. Even Justice Kavanaugh was like, what? Yeah, I'll have to look into that, TM. Steve says, I keep having to fill the ice tank. Yikes. Let's all walk by the cameras now. That's what Vinny told us to do, right, Lisa? Let me see. Colton Cake says, I like Vinny reporting. I like him reporting. I don't know what he's like as an interviewer. I haven't seen. Oh, Peekaboo's reminding everyone to please hit the like button. So if you could, I would love it. Thank you. Agatha says they'll take the hamburgers out of the tourists' hands here. It's so funny to watch. Really, Agatha? Why? Why do they do? Oh, you mean the seagulls do? Are you? Oh my gosh. Okay, I have a story. I have a story. So my little Aurora, she's only 5 pounds. She's really tiny. And we were walking once back to my home outside, and she just stopped in her tracks. And I heard a really weird sound, and I looked over at her and I see that she's staring up in the sky. And I look in the sky, I kid you not, there are two hawks circling above. So the way I mean, I'm so glad Aurora just stopped. Like, she was signaling to me, "It's dangerous for me right now." So I picked her up, and ever since then, she has not stepped foot on outside ground. I just carry her everywhere. I'm so scared that I mean, even a little spider bite would be so much more toxic to her because she's so tiny. So she doesn't walk outside, I just carry her. Teaspoon says, "Look at me, everyone. There's my walk in front of the camera." Agatha says, "Yes, that's Brighton. I was born and lived there for years." Lisa says, "There used to be a hamburger stand 3/4 of the way down the Balboa Pier. You would literally have to fight for your food." The seagulls are major thugs. Okay, everyone, I'm going to go back on mute. All right, everyone. I just really wanted to show you something really quick. Let's look at this one first. Okay. So I was saying earlier today that there is, wait, let me make sure you can hear me. Yeah. Okay. And give me one more second. Sorry. Okay, so there is a hearing scheduled for Brian Koberger today. Jury selection is less than 6 weeks away, in the stabbing deaths of the Idaho University students, the four of them, and it turns out that it could be delayed again because defense attorneys are going to argue today that they need more time to prepare and that the intense publicity has threatened Brian Koberger's right to a fair trial. A couple of times the defense has particularly or specifically called out the Dateline episode, and I know that they've alleged that there must be some type of leak because Dateline had information that wasn't supposed to get out. So the judge, Stephen Hippler, is supposed to hear arguments today, and he's expected to consider in a closed session whether the defense can present evidence of possible alternate suspects. So this sounds like a pretty big deal. I tried to see if there's any live stream or anything showing showing this hearing, but then I noticed it said it's a closed session. I went on East Idaho News and it wasn't there at all. And then let me also share this one with you. Um, now the AP is also reporting trial in Idaho could face a new delay. And again, they mentioned that jury selection is less than 6 weeks away. And again, oh, look, it's almost the same wording. Maybe I don't need to show you this. Um, but we are now seeing also in this article that prosecutors are seeking the death penalty. So that is the breaking news I have about the Brian Koberger trial. Um, I did also see an article about a DoorDash driver. So maybe if you are all interested in it, I can pull up that article during our next break and we can talk through it. So let me know in the chat if that's something you would like me to pull up during the next break as we are waiting on the this verdict. So let me see what you are all saying in the chat. Let's see. Lisa says Koberger's attorney has asked for this before. This happens all the time. Yeah, I remember that they asked before, and it was supposed to be 9 a.m. Mountain Time, which would be 8 a.m. my time. So if that's the case, that means it started 35 minutes ago. Um, so we'll see. I'm assuming there would be um, news that's going to come out. Teaspoon, you'd like to know about the DoorDash person? I do too. I just saw um, like the titles of the articles. I didn't really read them, so Pika was like, "Let's hope there's no more breaks. Let's just get to it." I hope so too, Peekaboo. I hope so too. But I think, I should have been doing this the whole time. That in between these breaks, I just bring up any true crime news that's out there. It's just sometimes the breaks are too short to really get invested in something. Um, but what I can do is, we can talk up until see, here we go. Okay, I'm gonna go back on mute. Let's see what's happening. All right, everybody. So, what are you thinking about what that attorney was just saying? I didn't like it. He was saying that he thinks it's going to be a hung jury. I don't like it. We don't want a hung jury. We want to know today. So, let me see what's happening in the chat. Someone was asking what an Allen charge is. TM says an Allen charge forces a jury to break a deadlock. I haven't heard of it before, but thank you for sharing that, TM. Steve says, "Do you know anything about the law?" No, but I am an expert on fans. Colton Cake was getting your food shop in. What did I miss on screen? Nothing really happened. They were just interviewing someone, and his opinion was this is going to be a hung jury. That the question they asked yesterday about um, the question they asked about the oh why am I blanking the OUI. If really that was the only issue, that they would have come back a lot sooner than now. Lisa says when a jury comes back and says they are stuck, the judge admonishes them to go back and try harder. That's an Allen charge. Yikes. Peekaboo says, got to go in 15 minutes. Decide decide now or wait for 2 hours. Please. Please. Yeah, let's see what happens. I'm gonna ask all of you your opinion. Do you think it's gonna come today? Is the verdict gonna come today? And do you think that that gentleman was right? Is it gonna come back a hung jury? Hope not. No worries, Margaret. No worries. So I think on our next break, I'll go through the that Brian Koberger DoorDash driver article. Cindy saying they wobble, but they don't fall down. What are you guys talking about? I got lost in the chat. Colton Cake says, yesterday I thought I would come back not guilty, but today I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm starting to get nervous about where we're headed. Oh, you're talking about the fans. Okay. Let's see. So right now in Boston, it's 11:49. So it's almost time for lunch over there. And a lot of people are predicting after lunch is usually when a jury or the verdict comes down. So let's see. TM says, do you guys think the jury was noticing the judge's bias? I hope so. I hope so. The thing is, though, I haven't watched the entire trial, so I don't know how she was. But what we saw yesterday that she didn't see, I mean, that the jury didn't see, I felt was very biased. Okay, everyone, I'm going to go back on mute and I'll see you soon. All right, everyone, we have approached the next break. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to show you that article about the DoorDash driver. I don't know that we'll be able to go through the whole thing, but we can definitely talk about it until we come back from break. Okay, so the article I'm sharing with you is from the Daily Mail. And here, let me make it so that it's full screen and let me hide that. And the article is titled DoorDash Driver Emerges as Surprise Idaho Murders Witness Who Could Doom Brian Koberger with four words. Yikes. So this article was published June 17th, yesterday. It begins and says a DoorDash driver is expecting to testify at the upcoming Idaho murders trial that she saw Brian Koberger during a delivery on the night of the fatal stabbings. The unidentified 44-year-old woman told police during a traffic stop in Pullman, Washington last year that she delivered food to Xana Kernodle at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho in the early hours of November 13, 2022. And I actually remember that Xana Kernodle received a DoorDash delivery right before the murders happened. The article continues and says she uttered the words, "I saw Brian there," to officers, adding that she parked right next to him. Yikes. The perpetrated delivery is alleged to have taken place just minutes before Kernodle, her boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, and their two roommates, Kaylee Consalves and Madison Mogan, were all stabbed to death by the masked assailant. The woman also told an officer with the Pullman Police Department that she may be called to the stand to testify at Koberger's trial, according to body camera video of the conversation posted to YouTube. "I have to testify in a big murder case here because I'm the DoorDash driver." So, yeah, the woman says in the clip as she's being questioned over a suspected DUI in September 2024. Well, okay, I'm going to stop sharing right now. And just because I don't want to continue until because we may come back at from court TV, but I mean, there's a lot of credibility issues here, it seems, right? It seems that, first of all, she's posting on YouTube, um, and that it's never good when someone who is going to testify or is going to be a witness goes and speaks publicly. And what this immediately reminds me of is the O.J. Simpson case. There was a woman who saw O.J. driving, and he almost hit her, I think, but she sold her story. And because of that, the prosecution never called her to the stand because she would have been ripped apart by the defense saying that she did it for money. She's giving the story for money. Let me see. Yeah, that would be damning testimony, TM, but it's not good that she's posting it on YouTube. And it's saying here that um, she's being questioned over a suspected DUI in September 2024. So now, granted, it says a suspected DUI. It doesn't necessarily say that she was driving under the influence, but it's questionable. What do you all think about that? Oh, thank you, Colton Cake, for being here. See you soon. And Colton Cake, I don't think they will charge another suspect because I don't think they will because, oh, okay, everyone, I'm going to go back on mute. All right, everyone. We are on a break again. So I'm going to share my screen and go through that article. And okay, so the article continues and says, when asked what case, she responds, the murder case with the college girls. I saw Brian there. I parked right next to him. True crime sleuths picked up on the video, and the woman's connection to the Koberger case was reported in the Idaho Statesman on Tuesday. So this just happened, it seems. The article then says her name was redacted from court documents. The woman's credibility as a witness is likely to be called into question because Pullman PD accused her of driving while under the influence of drugs. The outcome of that DUI the outcome of that DUI case is not clear. The woman initially pulled over for driving a pickup truck with expired registration tags. Court records show that Kernodle received a DoorDash order at approximately 4 a.m. From Jack in the Box, it says. I think what I'll do on our next break is I'll try to find the video footage if there really is, because it says true crime sleuths picked up on the video. So I want to go find what video they're talking about. Um, yeah. So what are you guys thinking about this? I mean, it makes sense that her credibility would be called into action, and I believe the murders did happen shortly after 4 a.m. So the timing could be true. Um, Unfortunately, credibility is everything, though, and if your credibility is called into question, um, who received the DoorDash order? One of the victims, Xana Kernodle. And I think maybe that was why she was walking around, because Xana was walking right outside of, why am I forgetting her name? Maddie was walking right outside of Maddie's room when she came face to face with the murderer, and he then chased her down back to her room, and that's where she lost her life. So maybe she had walked out of her room to go throw the trash away from her 4 a.m. Jack in the Box order. Man, that is so heartbreaking, right? Okay, I will stop sharing my screen now. Let's put this back here. Let me get caught up in your comments. So you are all talking about that. I think he was a lawyer. Um, Cindy. Oh my goodness. All right. So right now it's 12:16 in Boston. Hopefully they're eating their lunch and hopefully they're ready to come back with a verdict. We've been waiting 18 hours now, over 18 hours. We'll see. And if it doesn't happen today, it looks like it's going to spill over into Friday. Um, do you all think we'll get a verdict today? It seems most of the experts are saying that they think it's going to happen today, but I don't know. Um, Margaret says, "Never mind the top knot. His voice lets me down." Oh my goodness. Oh, it looks like we're back. I'm going to go back on mute. All right, everyone. Yeah, they were saying that um, I don't remember where I saw this, but they were actually starting to do investigations of Brian Koberger's hometown in Pennsylvania to see if any homicides could have been linked to him over there. So that is is a possibility. And they were saying he was already on Amazon looking to purchase another knife and sheath. Some say that he wanted to have an explanation if the police ever came to him. Like if they looked at his Amazon searches, he didn't want to say, I do not have the knife and sheath. But that doesn't make sense to me because if they look in his Amazon search history, they'll notice he bought it twice. So why doesn't he have two of them? In my opinion, if he is the one and that committed these murders, and then he was on Amazon getting ready to purchase another set. And then they were saying too on Dateline that he was watching a Ted Bundy documentary the night before his arrest. He was playing a really creepy version of Britney Spears' song "Criminal." He was taking selfies in a black hoodie. He had the hood over his head, trying to emulate Ted Bundy again. So there could have been risk, um, a major risk happening there. See, Lisa says, I forgot the name of the other case, but Bruce Rivers, who is a certified criminal defense attorney, covered it. He has some interesting cases on this channel. Margaret says, sorry, we'll have to go to my phone. This iPad is acting weird. I hope you can come back, Margaret. I hope it's not something permanent. Yeah, so that trial is starting up. I have not yet seen um, if that decision to postpone the trial has come back yet, but I will keep my eyes peeled. What are you all thinking about the coverage so far? It's 12:30 in Boston, so hopefully they're finishing up their lunch pretty soon, so it could be in a couple of hours. The judge again told them to be back, told the defense and the prosecution to be no more than 10 minutes away from the courthouse and to be back by 4 p.m. to close the day out. So that's like what, 3.5 hours away? So let's see if they come to a decision in the next 3.5 hours. And how many hours are we into deliberations? 18 hours? A little over 18 hours at this point? We'll see. Is anyone also watching Court TV, the channel, or Court TV, the website? I'm not. I'm not. I'm just watching the YouTube stream. Lisa says they are just filling time at this point. Why do you think that's so? Or why do you think that, Lisa? And why do you think they would do that? Steve is telling Colton Cake about the Netflix show Mind Hunters. I think it's on Netflix, right? Which is based on recordings and all the psychopathic serial killers who had similar urge to do it again. All right, everyone. I will see you all soon. All right, everyone, let me get caught up on the chat. Yeah, it is time filling coverage, Lisa, when they were talking about going to the restroom. You can tell they're just doing fillers right now. And let's see. There's my message where I said I would be back soon. And you guys are all talking about that one serial killer, Kemper. He freaked me out from what I remember. And actually, that show, Mindhunter, really did. It was interesting, and it also did really freak me out for sure. And that's exactly it, Steve. That's why it's so hard for me to watch anything about serial killers because how can you even understand it? Like it's just so these people that pass away from these serial killers, it's so very random because usually they don't know their victims. It's totally terrifying. So we are approaching 10 a.m. Pacific time. That would be 1 p.m. Boston time. So we have another 3 hours that we are on verdict watch. Um, we'll see how that goes. On our next break, I will show you all the video footage from what we were talking about earlier with Brian Koberger and uh, that that person who got the DUI talking about how she was the DoorDash driver. So I was able to clean up that video footage and edit it, and I'll show it to you all soon. So it's 6 p.m. for you in the UK. Cults and cake. Margaret's asking, is she on bail or still being held in prison? I'm pretty sure she's not, she's out on bail. That's my understanding because in the Amazon Prime or actually it's on Max. On the Max documentary, she was talking about how she's sitting in a hotel room, how she's deciding what clothes to wear. So she seems to be out on bail. But if anyone knows differently, please drop that in the chat. Margaret says it's 1 a.m. for her there. Well, thank you so much for joining us so late, Margaret. Hopefully, we get a verdict soon and 7 p.m. for Agatha in Germany. Yeah, Steve says the whole point of Mindhunters, no one had a clue how to investigate stranger on stranger crime. Yeah. Yeah, it's just so hard to understand it, right? It's terrifying to think about. Absolutely. Maybe I need to watch that show again. Maybe now that I have this channel, I should watch that show again and we can talk about it. Um, but I have a feeling we have a whole lot to talk about once we start looking at all the Brian Koberger pretrial hearings and things, once we start watching that. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's anything going on in the court TV chat. Someone's like, why do people want to argue when they didn't even watch the whole trial? Um, I get it. I didn't watch the whole trial, but I did watch the closing arguments, and I have an opinion, but I don't want to argue with people about it. Um, it's almost 1 p.m. for T. Oh, so Teaspoon, you are on the same. You're at the same time zone as the trial. All right, everyone. I'm going to go back on mute. All right, everybody. It is 1:30 p.m. Boston time. I wonder where we're getting. I'm going to show you all that video of the DoorDash driver. I'm going to go on mute and show it to you, and I'm going to load it up right now. Here we go.
Because I'm the DoorDash driver, so yeah. You have to testify in which murder case? Murder case called from. Oh. I'm the DoorDash driver, I stopped right now.
I'm going to play it one more time. Here we go.
And because I'm the DoorDash driver, so yeah. You have to testify in which murder case? Murder case called from. Oh. I'm the DoorDash driver, I stopped right now.
Oh man, right? It's hard to watch. You feel really bad for her. I don't know, it almost seems like she has the weight of the world on her shoulders, right, as she's saying that. What do you all think? Okay, TM is saying the Brian K. pretrial hearing is happening now. They're not televising it, are they, TM? Because I was trying to look it up, and it said it was behind closed doors. I wonder what's going on with it. Yeah, we'll see where that goes. I'm gonna look it up right now. Let's see. Let's see what's going on with the hearing. I'm not seeing anything. Let me check back on the chat. Nothing happening in the chat yet. Yep, here we go. How many hours are we in deliberations now? 19 hours? It's 1:30 p.m., so it's after lunch, and all the predictions are that the jury will come back right after lunch. So fingers crossed, 1 p.m. after lunch, TM. Oh, the hearing starts 1 p.m. after lunch. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Mountain Time is 1 hour ahead of me. So we're about an hour and a half away from Brian Koberger's hearing that's happening today. Nobody would want to have this in their life. Poor girl, Lisa is saying. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, I know. Poor girl. She does seem like she has the weight of the world on her shoulders. It's sad to watch. And it was saying in the articles that she had a DUI. That's what they were holding her for, but that it was not alcohol but drugs, I believe. I'm not sure. I forgot. Yeah, poor girl. Completely agree. Let's see what's happening in the court TV chat. Some people are saying she'll make millions off of book interviews and suing everyone involved. I wonder if they're talking about Karen Reed. I bet they are in the chat. Oh, here we go. I'm going to go back on mute, everybody. All right, everybody. I'm scared to read your comments. I'm really scared. What are you guys talking about? Cult and cake. I'm scared. I'm scared to go read it. Um, I mean, are you talking about hot dogs? Um, but I saw Chihuahua up there, so in part of the comments. So I think I'm gonna sit this one out, everybody. I'm glad Margaret's laughing, and Steve said it was a funny typo. That's great. That's great. Okay, so we're approaching our 5th hour being live, and I mean, here we are, everybody. I don't know. It's making me wonder if they're gonna come back today. I don't know. Lisa says, "Do they know there was a problem with the first trial?" I'm gonna deduce that they did. And the reason I say that is because some of these journalists, when they've been talking, they've said something like they don't want to come back the same way the first jury did. Have you guys heard the journalists talking like that, saying things like that? Um, Let me know. Let me know in the chat. Cindy says, Lisa, I would have thought so since they are jurors in a retrial. Lisa says, once Rob on Law and Lumber was told by this guy that he had a leg amputated, Rob answered, all I can say is just keep putting one foot in front of the other. Yeah, so there are 8 people here. I want to thank you all for being here with me. I appreciate you so much. So much. And it looks like we're about an hour and 15 minutes away from Brian Koberger's um, hearing that's supposed to happen today. Yeah, let's see. Oh, thank you, Agatha, for being here. I appreciate it so much. Teaspoon says I had court TV on, and they were saying that about not wanting the same as the first jury. Yeah, so because I heard that, I made the assumption that they do know. Um, TM is saying I might actually watch 12 Angry Men tonight. I've never seen that movie. I think I might watch it too. I wonder if it's free on any streaming services. I'll have to figure that out. Um, if it is. Yep, I'm trying to think if I have anything I can entertain you all with. Oh my gosh, what? What is this? Is this a reference to the video I made yesterday? Oh my gosh, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I'm trying to share my screen. Here we go. Is this in reference to the video I made yesterday? Oh, Judy James said it. But I made a video about it. Do you all remember? I'm gonna go on mute, but I'm gonna skim through this article. I'll leave it on the screen so you all can see it too. All right, everyone. We have about 2 hours left. Fingers crossed they come back today. We'll see. We'll see how that's going. Uh, and okay, so TM is asking if Court TV is cable. My understanding it is. It's a channel that's on regular TV. Teaspoon says you might be able to get it through Hulu or Roku. Yeah, there's also the website, and it was so strange because in conversation with Lisa yesterday, Court TV, the TV channel, Court TV, the YouTube channel, and Court TV, the actual website, were all showing three different things. Lots of commercial breaks. Pay those bills. That's what I guess Court TV is doing. Are you all so I have YouTube Premium. I don't see commercials. What I see is like the Court TV screen. Is that what you all see? Or are you seeing commercials loading at during this time? Steve is watching it on YouTube. Yeah, here we are, everybody. Agatha says yes. So you're seeing commercials, Agatha? Oh, no commercials, Agatha says. Margaret says, I had the court on my phone and chat on my iPad until it decided to link out. Did not think of TV until Teaspoon mentioned it. No commercials for Cults and Cake. Commercials on a side screen for Steve. Yep. We've had a bigger group today on average, I want to say. So it's great having you all here. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying this with you. Hopefully we reach some sort of conclusion today. I know a lot of people have been asking me. I'll tell them about the trial and they'll be like, please let me know as soon as you hear it. A lot of people aren't, I don't know, I think they don't want to watch it, but they want to know what happens. And if this is how it's going today, if we don't hear anything, I'm going to have to create a live stream for Friday. We're going to have to watch it on Friday. So yeah, we'll see. Teaspoon says, I believe since it's alive, there aren't any commercials. Okay. Lisa says Roku has it and Roku has commercials. Agatha says, I like our smaller, cozy group. You can connect better that way. Absolutely. Look how many hours we've all spent together in the last few weeks, 2 weeks. It's really like a conversation that's going. So it's a good time. Agatha says, but I wish you more people here, of course. You know, Agatha, when it's meant to be, it'll be, right? I'm just going with the flow. My revealing the NARC channel has grown really, really big. I'm so proud of it. I'm so honored to be part of that. And I'm hoping this one starts growing too. It's interesting to not only study the behaviors, but also understand the legal system too. So hopefully there are a lot of people that are interested in both. Okay, everyone, I'm going to go on mute. Okay, everyone. They're saying Karen is coming back. Over there, it's 2 p.m. to 11 p.m. So, wondering if this is, um, this is definitely not for the closing because closing doesn't happen till 4 p.m. I wonder if the jury has another question or is it time? Is it time? So Teaspoon and Cindy both have commercials, it seems, going on. Oh, thank you, Grace. Thank you so much for watching. And really, you all, you're just so wonderful. I feel so supported. And thank you so much for watching the content. I appreciate it. Calls and Cake says you can have chill conversations till it gets to about 50 people. Anything over 100, you got to be a fast typer, and anything after 200 is hard to keep up. Yeah, Margaret says, I Googled court channel tube and went in there, subscribed. Cindy says they were seeing the court fan a little bit ago. Agatha says um, that I'm nice to because I have the perspective of a survivor. Thank you, Agatha. I appreciate that. Um, yeah, sir, I am a survivor, and I'm so thankful to have all of you here. And you're all on this journey with me. I feel like I've done a lot of healing since I started this channel because whenever I'm creating videos, I have to research the topic, and ordinarily I wouldn't be doing that. So yeah, Steve says, I was a bit unsure about saying us or we because of being unfamiliar, but now I think we have bonded. It's great, like a friend's chat. It is. It absolutely is. Oh, look at this. Love it. Lisa says, I used to watch Emily D. Baker when she had 40,000 subs, and now she has that's a lot, 845,000. Welcome back, Peekaboo. Lisa says they've got the mics out. What does that mean, Lisa? Is it time? Are we getting ready? Let's see. No, it doesn't seem like there's a verdict yet, but we just heard. I'm 10 minutes behind on the chat. I'm sorry, Peekaboo. You probably heard it too, that Karen is coming back, they're saying. Steve says, this is great, all on the same page and learning things about each other. It's getting really cool chatting when the trial is boring. Yep, it definitely is. Margaret is saying you are all a lovely bunch. I agree. I agree with all of you. Peekaboo's asking, are we fan watching? I don't see the fan, but we're getting there, I think. Cindy says, a man said earlier, if they retry again, they're going to have problems getting a new jury. Interesting. Interesting. Let's see. Lisa says, this is a lawyer. This is not a delay going on right now. This is a deliberation. Yeah, I wonder where they get these people from. Many of you are loving Vinny's tie. That's a lot of fan for 20 hours. Steve is saying, if that fan could talk, Lisa says. Oh my goodness. It looks like it's going to rain there. Yeah, it does look overcast over there. Steve says, for me, the chat is more important than the trial. It is because we get to talk about it and express our opinions about it and have a great dialogue about it. And then, if it brings up certain experiences, this is such a supportive group and a very validating group, which is so important. Let's see. Lisa says you would be surprised how many trials I've watched with the fan coverage. Okay, everyone, I'm going to go back on mute. Did it all freeze for you guys? It froze for me. This cannot happen again. We experienced this with the Lori Vallow trial. We cannot. Come on. Okay, it's not, yeah, it's not just you, Peekaboo. Right now, I see like the picture of Karen looking back and a picture of John O'Keefe. I really feel this might be it because of the way they're right about the body language. Karen seemed, um, I don't know, less talkative than usual. Oh my gosh, they're showing the fan. This could be it. Oh my gosh, it says verdict watch. Jury is back deliberating the fate of Karen Reed. Do you guys see that at the bottom? This might be it. I'm going to post on X right now and I'm going to tell people that the verdict might be in and to join us if they want. Um, and I'm going to go on mute for a second to announce that. And I think this is it, everybody. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me get caught up on the TV one says it's breaking too. Oh my goodness. Peekaboo saying we need merch. Fan of the fan. I love it. The click is still running. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine? Lives are going to change in just a couple of moments, everybody. I know we cannot have the verdict crash. We cannot have StreamYard crash. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for being here with me, for spending this historic moment with me. Um, yeah, it says jury's back. Jury's back. They're back. Let's see what's going to happen. How do you all think Karen looked? She kind of seemed, she didn't look anxious to me, right? Oh my goodness. I'm so nervous. I have goosebumps. Let's see. How are you all feeling? Let me know in the chat. You guys are seeing commercials. Lawn Crime is showing the fan. Court TV right now is showing the fan. Belinda on the live chat for Crime TV is saying TV is a commercial, so other people are seeing a commercial too. Are the prosecution smiling? I don't see any of their faces. Are you seeing any of their faces? Lisa says it must be the remote hookup that keeps failing. I wonder if now is the moment that I should go to the Court TV website and have that showing up so that I could watch that too. Oh my gosh. But I do want to make sure I mute it so that the audio doesn't get confused here. Court TV has so many on the website. It has so many commercials. Let's see. She looked a little bit nervous. Lisa said, "You're unmuted on Law and Crime." Peekaboo says, "Oh my goodness." What are you guys thinking? What do you think the verdict is going to be? I'm thinking not guilty for at least 2. Oh my gosh, here we go. I'm gonna go on mute. It's it's starting. Oh my goodness. Talk about being on pins and needles. Oh my gosh. So it seemed like maybe they pretty much had a decision, but they backtracked. They weren't sure. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Agatha says she makes it extra complicated, it seems. I know, I know. That is very sketchy, Colton Cake. And they sealed it. Can we open it? Can- just share it with our little chat here. We're only 9 people. Just show us and we won't tell anybody, right? We'll keep it amongst the 9 of us here, the 10 of us that are here. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. So do you guys think that this is a sign that they're almost there? That was so, so close. Steve says, "Yay, we're back on Friday." I have never seen anything like this either, Lisa. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Every time they say the judge's name, I honestly hear cannoli. I know, I know. No verdict yet. They so an old geezer, they said they had the verdict, so they brought everybody in, and apparently, the jury first knocked on the door signaling that they had a verdict. Then the judge called everybody in, and then the jury knocked again on the door saying, "No, we don't actually have a verdict." So the jury gave their original slip back to the bailiff or whoever was holding it, and they have now sealed it. And the judge said to everybody, please don't leave until the end of the day, which is about an hour and a half from now. So let's see if they do reach a conclusion in the next hour and a half. It is a national holiday tomorrow, so there there are time like there is this push sometimes with juries to what they've been calling the Friday effect. And oh, what's happening? Okay, I'm gonna go on mute so we can watch this. So my understanding, everybody, is that they filled out the form and somebody changed their mind and they gave them a new verdict form. I feel like that's the impression I got from when the judge was talking, Judge Cannoli. When Judge Cannoli was talking, that's what I heard. Um, and I'm not calling her Judge Cannoli to make fun of her. It's not that. It's just every time I hear her last name, I swear I hear Cannoli. Surely you can't take back a verdict. I mean, to me, it seems like this is what happened. Also, Lisa's asking, and I am curious too, Colts and Cake, did you walk Pip or are you back? And they're saying word on the street is that a verdict is reached a second time. So let's see. I mean, if they were confident enough to knock on the door one time and they take it back, it seems like maybe there was something small that needed to be fixed. Like maybe they just, I don't know. It's a very premature. Oh, you're still waiting to walk, Pip, Colts and Cake says. Oh my gosh. Well, they need to rush it then. They need to rush it, and StreamYard needs to uh, not glitch. We are 1 hour and 17 minutes away from that 4 p.m. time that the judge had said. Um, the people on court, oh, they're showing the fan. Verdict is in. You guys, it says verdict is in. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm going to announce again on X that now they're saying the verdict is in. Here it is, you guys. This is the moment we've been waiting for since Friday, since we started with those closing arguments. I'm going to go on mute for just 1 second so that I can tell people on X to come on over if they can. But it says in capital letters, verdict is in. Okay, everyone, I posted it. Let's see. TM says Colts and Cake, they are asked to confirm individually by the judge. Yeah, from what I remember, usually during the trials, after they announce the verdict, then the judge asks one by one, juror number one, is this your verdict? And so on and so forth. Steve says they have been waiting for over 20 hours and the verdict is here. So we're going. Yeah, we've been waiting for 20 hours and we just want to elongate how long we've been waiting. So we're going to go on a break right now. Hopefully Pip can go and relieve herself. Colts and Cake, I'm assuming Pip is a girl. Lisa says, I can't wait to hear the backstory on this. Same. I can't wait till they start asking the jurors what happened. What happened? Yes, they do have homes to go to. And yeah, but you know what? You gotta hand it to them because they're taking it very seriously, right? Like you don't want them to come to a verdict because of an outside motivation. So good for them for doing their public service and hopefully not rushing into something. Agatha says, I mean, if you're gonna run to the restroom, now's the time because they probably, what does it say? Clock stopped at 21 hours and 17 seconds. You guys, it even says the clock is stopped. I didn't notice that the first time. Oh my goodness, you guys, this is it. I can't believe it. They have a verdict, Cindy says. Oh, Peekaboo saying Law and Crime is still showing deliberating. I don't know, maybe Court TV. I don't know. Let's hope Court TV is right. Margaret's like, maybe we should all go walk Pip. Carlton Cake says Pip has resources. We're just going for exercise. Okay. Lisa says they don't have to pull the jury unless it is asked for. Okay. They did it from what I remember in Lori Vallow's trial that we were watching last week. But then again, who knows? Because StreamYard broke last week, right as they were announcing the verdict. So please, StreamYard, do not break right now. We are waiting. Court TV, the website is saying jury has reached a verdict. They're actually talking on that one. Not Vinny, but the other gentleman. What was his name? Matt. Oh yeah, Matt Johnson. He's talking, and you can see clearly they stopped the verdict watch clock on the court TV live stream. It says 21 hours, 1 minute, and 25 seconds. Can you believe it? They've almost deliberated for a full 24-hour day. They came pretty close to that. Cindy says, Agatha, I hear you. Clock on Law and Crime says 20 hours, 28 minutes. Is their stream a half hour behind? Because the clock on the Court TV website is saying 21 hours, 1 minute, and 25 seconds. So, which is strange because the Court TV YouTube is saying the clock stopped at 21 hours, 0 minutes, and 17 seconds. So the Court TV YouTube and the Court TV live stream off of their website is off by about a minute. What's going on? There's a lot of movement. You guys, I wish I could share my screen. Yeah, there's a lot of police officers, it looks like, getting ready. Oh my, they're putting up the barriers. This is it, everybody. I think they have reached a verdict. Security and police officers are getting put in place. Barricades are being put up. Lisa says the clock is stopped. Yeah. Peekaboo says looks like it, but the judge was on earlier on Law and Crime. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Lisa says police are getting in position. Yep, that's what I'm seeing on the Court TV website. I wish I could show you all. I wish I could share screens. Right now on the Court TV website, they're showing a police car making it in through the barricades. I mean, what is that for? If it's a guilty verdict, to take her to jail? Is that what? No, they would probably have a different service to take her to jail. I don't know. Oh, another police car? Nope. They're trying to go in, but they had closed the barricades. They're opening it for the second police car. Yep, they're moving the barricades. You can see the people there. They all have their phones up. I'm going to ask all of you, are you watching the Court TV YouTube channel, the Court TV website, or the Court TV channel, or are you watching completely something else? Yes, it is crowd control because, you can imagine that no matter which way the verdict goes, that's a passionate crowd. Yep. Steve says all the other channels are showing the fan. Agatha's watching on Court TV YouTube. Oh, look, everyone. Okay, so on the Court TV website, they set up the barricades, and now everybody got closer to the barricades. They're closer to the courtroom. This is it, you guys. We made it. It's gonna happen today. It's gonna happen today. There's Vinny on the Court TV website. He put his red tie on. I know they're messing with me. Don't they know I run on the anxious side? I am not the person to do this to. Teaspoon says I'm on the TV and flipping to YouTube also. Teaspoon, what is it showing on the Court TV channel? Is it showing live footage from outside the courtroom? And Peekaboo is watching Court TV YouTube, and on iPhone is watching Law and Crime YouTube. AI Digital Marketing, hey, welcome. I'm not sure if you've been here the whole time, but AI Digital Marketing says verdict coming in a few minutes. Lisa says it's just crowd control. You never know what will happen. Exactly. This is either going to be an incredibly upset crowd or going to be an incredibly excited crowd. Or it might be somewhere in between, depending on if it's guilty or not guilty or whatever. Okay, so Teaspoon says on the TV channel is showing the live footage outside. AI Digital Marketing says barriers to courthouse have been moved. Yep, you can see that the people are now on the actual street. They were on the sidewalk before, but they moved the barriers, it seems, closer to the courthouse. And it seems like they can't drive on this street anymore. Like traffic can't go through. Oh, there's that little puppy that we saw earlier. And the puppy is like is like turning back, wants to go back towards the courtroom. YouTube is on the fan, Steve says. And everyone is saying hello to AI Digital Marketing. AI Digital Marketing says either it will be a hung jury over OUI across the board, not guilty. And AI Digital Marketing, if it is hung jury over the OUI, they can't, and they find not guilty on the other two charges, then they can't bring those other two charges again, right? If they're found not guilty on those two. Because I'm still confused about that. I'm still not sure. Teaspoon says, and a thumbnail of the famous fan. Lisa's wondering if Vinny has a tie sponsor. I mean, someone should reach out to him. We've all been looking at his tie, waiting for him to put on the red one. Because the red one is the one, right, that signals that the jury's in. You guys, I mean, the verdict is in. You guys, I have to tell you, and this is just my opinion, and it's a controversial opinion, but I really don't like the hand signal that they use. I don't like it. I'm sorry. I just don't. Do you guys know which one I'm talking about? That's what Vinny said. Red was for sentencing, Peekaboo said. Oh, well, why is he wearing red? Why is he wearing red? AI Digital Marketing says then it would be a mistrial and retried. Is that what that is? The I love you and sign? It looked more like when you go to a rock concert where your thumb, your pointer finger, and your pinky are facing up, and your middle finger and ring finger are folded down towards your palm. Teaspoon doesn't like it either. Yes, it's like the rock on devil sign. I think that's the sign that it is. Agatha says it's sign language. It was big on YouTube for a while. Do you know what it means, Agatha? What this sign means? Because I thought it. Agatha says not sign the rest of the words. You shouldn't sign that. I'm not sure what you mean, Agatha. Colton Cake says if the thumb is out and it turns sideways, that's the sign language. Okay, I guess I need to look into what the actual meaning of it is. And I hope that it is some form of I love you, I support you, something along those lines. If the oh, if the thumb is in, it's the devil sign. I don't know. I don't know. Let me see if I can pull up the picture of it. I'm going to go on mute really quick and I'll put up the picture really quick. Okay, everyone, this is the image I got. Let me upload it really quick. Now, she doesn't have it completed because one of her fingers is still not down, but the thumb is out. Oh, it is? Okay, okay, I completely take it back. If it is I love you, as Teaspoon is saying that it is, then I am absolutely all for it. I love this sign now. Lisa says, I missed the hand signal. Sign language as in for deaf people. Agatha is saying it's the pinky finger is I, then the thumb and first. Okay, let me do, I'm doing the symbol and I'm looking at it as Colton Cake is describing it. The pinky finger is I, and then the thumb and the first make an L, and that's the I love you in sign language. Okay, well, I take it back. I was absolutely wrong about what I was saying about my um, dislike of it. Um, let's see. Is traditionally a horned warning symbol when the thumb is tucked in. Oh, you all talked about it yesterday? Margaret, I'm famished. I am famished. Lisa Karen did it, and whenever she goes by, that's the symbol, like the people in the crowd give that signal too. A lot of the people do it. Let me see if I can find another image of it. Here's one where there's actually someone in the background. Oh, it's not a JPEG, so I can't upload it. Let's see. I'm not finding more images of it. I just noticed it a lot yesterday. Oh, here we go. Please be a JPEG. Please be a JPEG. Nope, it's not a JPEG. Darn. Maybe I can share my screen and show you. Here we go. I will share my screen. Okay, here we go. Can you all see that? Let me zoom in. There we go. See, almost everybody is doing, if they don't have a phone in their hand, they're giving that signal. Yeah. Teaspoon had a small bowl of cottage cheese. That sounds good. Okay, love you gesture. Okay, I love it. I love it. Oh, look. Okay, Colton, there's even emojis of both of them. Interesting. Thank you, everybody. Oh, Teaspoon, I need a nap too. Can you imagine if truly the verdict is here today? I don't have to wake up before the sun is out tomorrow. I mean, actually, tomorrow I wouldn't have to because court is not in session tomorrow. No sleeping, Teaspoon. We're getting there. We're very, very close. Oh, the screen went black for me on my YouTube feed. Let me add this to stage. All right. It is 3 a.m. for Margaret. Oh my gosh, Margaret, you're a trooper. Thank you so much for being here. Camera's shaking. Colton Cake says, yeah, the puppy will wake me up. She'll be like, it's birthday time. You need to get up. Yeah, not until I hear a verdict. Teaspoon says, okay, guys, things are happening. I'm going to go on mute. I don't know if I can talk. I'm like crying, you guys. Wow. I didn't think I'd get all emotional about it, you know? Ah. But they did find her guilty on something on the OUI, didn't they? I thought so. Because they were just saying now when they want to do the sentencing. Um, guilty for charge 2. That's the OUI, right? Peekaboo. I'm gonna go.
All right, so Miss Gina,
I'm gonna
you
go
ready
on
for
mute.
today's
There it is, everybody. Her attorneys are crying. Look, her family must be so relieved. Oh my goodness. So the only one she was found guilty of was driving under the influence, and they said probation for a year and 24 hours community service, it seems. Um, yeah, I I agree, Colton Cake. She did admit that she had been drinking. So, oh, guilty of manslaughter? Oh, so really? I was it guilty of manslaughter? I thought it was just guilty on um the OUI. Because if it's manslaughter, how is it only 1 year probation, right? Yes, the prosecutor said 1 year probation. The standard, they said it's the standard. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine what Brian Albert and what was, I always forget the other one's name, Brian Griffin. What was his name? I let's see. Agatha says, as did the cops, they were drinking and driving. Yes, they were. No DUI. No, only on the driving, Peekaboo says. That's what I think too. Yeah, court reporter says guilty only on OUI. That's what I thought too, because if it's manslaughter, they you would assume there would be some type of prison time. And they said this is the standard. So you wouldn't think that the standard for manslaughter um, under the influence would be, wow, you guys. Not guilty of fleeing the scene. Grace says, I doubt they are going after the cops. I doubt it too. I doubt it too. Um, not guilty leaving the scene. Look at the ticker tape. Let's see. It says not guilty of second-degree murder, guilty of operating a vehicle with alcohol, not guilty of fleeing the scene. There it is. They only because she was behind. Yeah, it's only the drinking, it's only the OUI charge. Yes, so also not guilty of fleeing the scene, Colton Cake says, so they didn't believe there was a car accident. Okay, I'm gonna go on mute, everybody, so we can watch this. All right, guys, here it is. I can't believe, oh man, this was a historic moment. Thank you, everybody, for spending it with me, for watching it with me. It's been completely my pleasure. To all of you that are leaving, I hope you all have a good rest of your day or a good evening. And yeah, I'm still going to stay on because I want to see what Alan Jackson says. I want to see what Karen Reed says, and I want to see, and I'm not good at pronouncing I keep forgetting his name. The original defense attorney. I want to see what he says too. So this is wild. And our gut, just from watching the closing argument, we all came to the same conclusions, I feel, that the jury did. So I know, Lisa, can you believe it? $1 million. Can you believe it? Oh my goodness. $1 million on the prosecution and 1 million on the defense. Wow. Wow. Okay, Cults and Cake, thanks for being here. Have a good time with Pip. I'm glad the timing worked out. People are in the chat are saying, "Where is Brian Higgins?" The host is asking, "Is this justice?" So let's see. Yep, Pip will be happy, Agatha says. Mr. Meaner on Court TV says, "Trial of the century, and you are on a constant break." So I guess there's a civil trial, and I don't know how that works exactly. The What's it called? The level of proof, is that what it's called? Is less than a civil trial. Like it's without reasonable doubt in what would you call this? Criminal trial? Yeah, in a criminal trial, but it's lower in a civil trial. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, everybody. Wow. And I feel like it is a just verdict. The prosecution did not prove their case, and Karen herself, like all of you have said in the chat, she herself admitted she had been drinking. Um, I wonder if this 1 year, because would you call it probation? What she's been, Yannetti. Yes, that's his name. Thank you, Lisa. Yeah. I wonder. Oh, thank you, Grace. Thank you. I wonder if Dateline and 2020 are going to cover this week, because usually they're on summer break. They don't have new shows right now, but this is a huge trial. So I would imagine that they would maybe re-air one of their old broadcasts and just add this new ending. So we'll see if 2020 and Dateline this week on Friday are going to be covering this case. And it looks like I owe you all some Brian Koberger pre-trial hearings that we all need to watch. So I will schedule those, and I'm excited to watch all of those with you too. So wow, I'm so glad they also sentenced her right there. The judge was like, "Should we come back?" And it's like, "No, let's just do it right now." That was quick and easy. You don't need to come back to court for this, right? And that's just my opinion. But yeah, get it done. Get it all done. Lisa says it's what happened in the OJ case. Okay, I'm gonna have a strong opinion right now. But OJ did it, in my opinion. Yeah, and then OJ, he would purposely try to hide his money so that he wouldn't have to pay the Goldmans, right? Do you all remember that? That's what I remember. Were the headlines at the time. Yeah, let's see. Oh, what happened? It looks like we're getting close. Okay, everyone, I'm gonna go on mute. All right, everyone, you're seeing it just as I'm seeing it. It's wild. It's wild. So my opinion is this case is so messed up that I don't think there's any way you could take all of this evidence and find anybody guilty, right? They don't they don't have any evidence from inside the home. And the theory is that there was a fight inside the home. So they don't even have evidence that he walked into the home. All of that has been hidden or deleted or whatever else, right? And you know what was strange to me? Jen McCabe's husband, they never called him to the stand, but I think it was, um, goodness, I think it was during the closing arguments that Alan Jackson said that in text messages, Jen's husband said, just don't tell anybody he came inside the home. So it's it seems like it was a cover up, everybody. And no matter what, the sad thing is that justice really didn't come for John O'Keefe because the investigation was so shoddy. If they had collected evidence that he could have been inside the house, should there have been a fight inside the house, they could have actually done something, right? It's wild. Yeah, Agatha says they had so much stuff on the cops in the first trial. They have all the communications with the cops. Steve says it's a massive cover up. Margaret says, Cindy, I will make you a special hound pie. Oh, you are all the best. Agatha says they deleted it and it was recovered. The text message about don't tell anyone he came into the house, Agatha, is that the one? They all lied at least once on the stand. So you could go and get them for perjury, but ultimately I don't see them moving anything forward. I don't see them doing any investigation into what happened to John, unfortunately. Um, that dog DNA thing was wild that they didn't find dog DNA on his arm, but there was pig DNA there. You're oh my gosh, someone wrote free Diddy, he is innocent. I don't even want to comment on that. That's that one gets my blood boiling too. Um, I forgot what I was gonna say. You know, your case is only as good as how credible the people are that investigated it. If you can't trust the people that investigated it, you will not trust the evidence. So, from the get go, this shadiness of the police officers is what led to this verdict. Had they done a proper investigation, had they not been caught lying and manipulating evidence multiple times, and had they been credible, maybe this would have played out differently. Is Agatha leaving or is Margaret leaving? I think Margaret is leaving. Whoever is leaving, thank you for being here. Is Steve leaving? I'm not sure who's going, but whoever is going, thank you so much for enjoying this with me. Thank you for being here with me. And I'm going to stick around until we see Karen Reed and her attorneys walk out, um, and see if they're going to make any statements. I would imagine if that was me, I would be crying so hard that it would be hard for me to be on TV. Okay, everyone, I'm going to go on mute. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. It has been such a wonderful, I mean, can you believe it's only been Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? It's only been 4 days, but it's just been so emotional during this whole time. And yeah, I want to thank you all so much for being here. Um, Thanks for all the birthday wishes. I will talk to you all very soon and I'll start setting up things for us to start watching the Brian Koberger stuff. So thank you so much. Everybody enjoy your nap or your sleep or whatever else you're about to do, the dinner you're going to eat or the lunch you're going to eat. And I will talk to you all soon. Bye, everybody.